ഇതിന് ഇവിടെ Prima da gazettiare, io come dire dei video, non è sì, da una sangue di la screen davanti
Đấy, đó là ngân hàng rồi.
To start the second academic session of the second day of this conference, and this session is being chaired by Venerable Khenpo Phuntsong Tashi, Director, Royal Museum, National Museum of Bhutan. May I request Dr. Tashi to come to the head table, please. We have got 3 presentations in this session, and I'll announce the name and request them to come to the head table. Muhammad Shaheen Alam from Bangladesh, Mr. Samarendra Kumar, Director, National Science Museums, Kolkata, India, and Dr. Muhammad Farooq Hussain, also from Bangladesh. Over to you, Dr. Tashi.
Good morning to everybody. In Bhutanese we call Kuzu Sampo. Mama Satuti, Ayubawan, these 2 sentences I have learned this morning. Each participant has 20 minutes each, so 3 participants will have altogether 1 hour. Then 30 minutes we are having discussions, question answer, Q&A sessions. So I hope we will start off papers. The first, from Bangladesh, Mr. M.D. Shaheen Alam, his papers, Management of Archaeological Museums in Bangladesh, Perspective of the Museums in Khulna Regions. So may I request and present your papers. So in 20 minutes.
Welcoming all the presenters in the conference, I am going to present my paper. The title of my paper is Archaeological Museum Management in Bangladesh, Perspective of Museums in Khulna Region. Department of Archaeology collects different entities of the country by their exploration and excavation. This department also studies with the archaeological history of this land by protection, conservation research, publication displays them in the museum. In 1861, Archaeological Survey of India was launched after Bangladesh freedom. It was named as Department of Archaeology. In 1983, regional offices in 4 divisions with head office in Dhaka were established by division rearrangement. Borishan and Khulna were included in Khulna region. There are 16 museums of this department in the whole country. Of them, 6 museums are in Khulna region. Before telling the management system of archaeological museum in Khulna region, I want to say about policy review. For protection, conservation, research, publication and display of the antiquities of the cultural heritage, several policies have been taken in different times in Bangladesh. Of them, the policies of this country regarding the antiquities of the cultural heritage are Article number 15, 23, 23A and 24 as a policy are included in the Constitution of the People's Republic of Bangladesh 1972. I am going to tell about article description. According to article number 15, it shall be a fundamental responsibility of the state to attain through planned economic growth, a constant increase of productive forces, and a steady improvement in the material and cultural standard of living of the people. According to article number 23, the state shall adopt measures to conserve the cultural traditions and heritage of the people and so to foster and improve the national language, literature and the art, that all sections of the people are afforded the opportunity to continue towards and to participate in the enrichment of the national culture. According to Article 23A, the state shall take steps to protect and develop the unique local culture and tradition of the tribes, minor races, ethnic sects and communities. According to Article number 24, the state shall adopt measures for the protection against disfigurement, damage or removal of all monuments, objects or places of special artistic or historic importance or interest. Apart from above two articles of the Constitution, the policies which adopted in this country are the Articles Act of 1968, Amendment 1976. The mentionable aspect in this act, ancient means belonging or relating to any period to the preceding 100 years. Antiquity means any ancient product of human activity, movable or immovable, illustrative of art, architecture, craft, custom, literature, morals, politics, religion, affair, science, or of any aspect of civilization or culture. Any ancient object or site of historical, ethnographical, anthropological, military or scientific interest, and any other ancient object or class of such object declared by the central government by notification in the official gazette to be an antiquity for the purpose of this act. In accordance with the articles of the Constitution and the Antiquities Act of 1968, Department of Archaeology as a government institution adopts the exploration and excavation for the search and collection of cultural heritage. Antiquities regarding cultural heritage found are not only protected, conserved, researched, published, but also displayed in the museum led by the department. The movable antiquities like Hindus and Buddhist religious or statues, inscription, potteries, terracotta plaques, ornamental bricks, photographs of important historic buildings, etc. are displayed in the museums led by the department. The immovable antiquities like the places and houses of special artistic or historic importance or interest are also displayed by the department. I will introduce with museums in Khulna region, a traditional museum. Its location in Madikshari, Khulna. Baghat Museum, Baghat, Khulna. Michael Morrison Dr. Balvin's house, Shagatari, Jashore. Rabindra Kuchibari in Shilagir, Kusia. Sheribangla Memorial Museum, Chakra Borishal. Tokhili Library, Kultala, Khulna. Next, it's a map. Archaeological museums in Khulna region. I try to show. It's a figure of Divisional Museum, Khulna. It was built with the financial aid and of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. It is half an archaeological museum which displays different types of artifacts found in archaeological sites of Bangladesh. Country West Divisional Museum accommodates 6 galleries for its exhibition. They include Hindus and Buddhist images, inscription potteries, character plaques, ornamental bricks, photographs of important historic buildings, and so on of Bangladesh. I am on current search of this museum. It's a Baghat Museum. It was built with the collaboration of UNESCO and a development program, French West. Baghat Museum accommodates 3 galleries for its exhibition. They include inscriptions, potteries, terracotta plaques, ornamental bricks found in archaeological sites of Baghat and photographs of important historic buildings of Bangladesh. Sheribangla Memorial Museum. It is built with the financial aid of Bangladesh government in front of the paternal house of Sheribangla A.K. Fazl, who is the undisputed leader of Indian subcontinent. Facing south, this memorial museum accommodates 2 galleries for its exhibition. Most of the exhibits belong to A.K. Fazl. They include photographs of Sheribangla, letters written by Sheribangla, memorandum given to Sheribangla, and objects of furniture used by Sheribangla. Michael Madhusudan Dr. Bali. The great poet Michael Madhusudan Dr. is well known to all. This poet was born at this house on 25 January 1824. It is currently being used as a memorial house museum by Department of Archaeology. Most of the exhibits of this museum belong to Madhusudan Dr. They include photographs of Madhusudan, objects and furniture used by Madhusudan and his family, and other artifacts found in the excavation of the house and Jashore locality. Rabindra Kuchibari, Kusia. Rabindra Kuchibari is a historic monument where the great universal poet and the Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore lived to administer his paternal estate. In 1968, Department of Archaeology took the responsibilities of the Kuchibari after the completion of conservation of it under the Department of Archaeology of Ministry of Cultural Affairs. Was declared as the protected monument by the government in 1968. Now it is a Tagore Memorial House Museum undertaken by the department. Rabindranath Tagore's photographs of childhood, youth and old age are exhibited here. Some paintings and named Nishabda means nature, Nishabda means silence, and Shunali Shunda means golden evening, painted by Tagore, are displayed here. Furniture such as an easy chair, sofa set, table and coat used by Tagore are exhibited here. Dokhili Roybari. Dokhili Roybari is well known by name of fathering the house of one famous poet, Rabindranath Tagore. It is protected as a remaining monument of a famous person. It is currently used as a memorial house museum by Department of Archaeology. All of the exhibits of the museums also belong to Rabindranath Tagore. They include photographs of Rabindranath Tagore and his family. Next, I am going to say about the management system of this museum. Museum governance. Various positions within the above told museum carry out the policies and duties assigned by the Department of Archaeology. The custodian and the assistant custodian are responsible to the Department of Archaeology for the administration of the museum. Apart from office assistant, museum attendant, booking clerk, security guard, PO, sweeper and gardener are the supporting positions of the museum. I will tell you about the responsibility of custodian and assistant custodian as the key positions of this museum. The custodian and the assistant custodian are responsible for the collection of the artifacts, writing the text labels for exhibitions, the care and maintenance of all objects in the museum collection, tracks movement of objects in and out of the museum, and records information about objects in database such as and objects provenance. They oversee the accession process, which formally accepts object into the museum collection with an accession number and still record. They design and install the display under the supervision of the regional director or director general of the department. Although there know the post of the collection manager, collection register and security officer in the organigram of the archaeology museum, the custodian and the assistant custodian play an important role of this post. Museum display. Archaeological museum is specialized in the display of archaeological artifacts in Khulna region. Rabindra Kuchibari, Dokhili Rayabari and Michael Modushan Dottobari as Memorial House Museum are displayed in the open air. But artifacts concerned Rabindranath Tagore are displayed inside Rabindra Kuchibari and Dokhili Rayabari. Artifacts concerned Michael Modushan Dotto are displayed inside Michael Modushan Dottobari. Artifacts found in archaeological sites are displayed inside Divisional Museum and Baghat Museum buildings. Artifacts concerned Sheribangla Ekepol are displayed inside the Sheribangla Memorial Museum buildings. Wooden pedestals are used for displaying the art sculpture like different stone images or statues. Showcases with glass are also used to display small and big artifacts like terracotta plaque, ornamental brick, sculpture, photographs, etc. Every executive with digital label is displayed in the archaeological museums in Khulna region. It's an example of display of stone images. It's a display of photographs. It's a display of pottery. Display of wooden object. I want to tell you something about museum education. For museum education, there is no separate position and division in the museum made by the Department of Archaeology. Two types of museum education are mentioned in the book named Museum Basics by the Timo T. Ambrose and Christine Payne, published by ICOM. Within the museum, learning and exhibiting practice school visit program are regularly followed in archaeological museum in Khulna region. Brochure on antiquities and museums published by department are available in this museum. Art and essay competition based on antiquities or museum for children at and under consideration as future activities of this museum. Here, leveling of antiquities of this museum as an education program. Next slide is school and student visit museums and school program under museum education. Outside the museum, it was not developed. Mobile acquisition and media communication, virtualization and seminar on antiquities or museums, these are under consideration of future activities. Publication regarding museum. Journal, brochure, report and book, photographs, posters are available in this museum. Museum digital management, I have a lot of time, I can say now. Museum security, I can say something. The constant presence of the museum attendance in every gallery is ensured during visiting hours of the museum. The constant presence of the security guards inside the museum is ensured during both visiting and closing hours of the museum. CCTV cameras is used in the gateway and the galleries of the museum, and metal detector is used in the main gateway of the museum. Both arrival and departure of the security guard and the museum attendants are recorded. We are finished. Okay. These preparedness are the terms both disaster and disaster preparedness are available to us. For that, I want not to describe about this. Here, before the emergency, we follow this, and during emergency, follow this. After the emergency, the challenges faced in museum, there are a lot of challenges in museum. By I want to quote some: competition, lack of knowledge on artificial museums, lack of well-trained staff, change of technology, and funding. But due to scarcity of time, I could not describe properly. Thanks to all.
Thank you very much. It was very enlightening and a lot of needs to be discussed later on. So now I will, the second paper presenter, Mr. Samar Indra Kumar from India. So his paper's presentation will be Promoting Culture of Science Among the Millions, NCMSM initiatives. So you can start, you will have 20 minutes.
Yeah, I will try to finish. Honorable Chair, members on the dais, and distinguished gathering here today. I am Kumar from National Council of Science Museums in India, and I just feel that this promoting culture of science amongst millions, because the kind of people we reach through our initiatives. I am going to give a brief on that in the broad topic of museum in education and learning. This National Council of Science Museum is under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. It's an autonomous organization, and we have a very sound database kind of thing. So when I describe this thing, so okay, I think this is the basic definition, and I take that word only the education, because that is connected with not only museums but all kinds of such kind of non-formal education units. So I think from basic definition of ICOM, though you may change anything, but I think the basic word can remain the same. This education is one of the major objectives of the any museums of any kind. This is a word cloud. Actually, I would like to read that because it is in 2013 in Britain think tank for Museum Association.
about 400 museum professionals and also the public. They gave this, what are the things which museum can do, and this was about public perception of to the purposes and museums in society, attitudes and purposes. So if you see very clearly, the bold letters define that people are now thinking about antiquities. We cannot think museum beyond that. But now the things are changing in the global world. In 2013, we are talking about 21st century. So many things are coming across, where the objects, the individualization, the experiences, the base, the facilities, the exploration, e-exploration, schools, so personalized kind of things. So these are the things which people have thought about that, and I think it's relevant to all the museums all across India, in the world in fact. I think I will not go into details, but I think learning is critical for museum because for so many things, the self-directed learning in the other setting, and museums are the places for learning. But I think that I will go to the last one, that imparting new skills to 21st century population to meet the challenges of creative or the innovative economy. I will come to details about that a little later. I will not go into detail, but I think this is the major purpose of education. You are trying to impart skills, knowledge and attitudes, and how museums fit into this. So that is very important, that how museums fit into this particular category of education as such. These are the so-called pillars of education, where we are trying to learning to know, cognitive development, psychomotor skill development, learning to lead with social skills, and learning to be know yourself for importance. So I think it's all cognitive, social, physical and spiritual activity which can be learned through this education aspect. There is not a debate on education and learning also, but I think also while very well said that education is an admirable thing, but it's well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth learning can be taught. So I think there is a very complex thing in the museum setting also, what we try to learn in the museums also. But I think the objective of education should be learning and not teaching as such, which was practiced in the standard formal education, 19th and 20th century. How it is changing very fast and how museum is entering into this education system, that's important to discuss and think about that. This I particularly want to tell that because we are discussing in the modern world, the 21st century trend, we have accelerated social, economic, technological and education changes happening all across the world. We are shifting from industrial economy from 19th century, where we are producing workers for the, and we are shifting to knowledge, creative or innovative economy. New sectors are required to cope up with these challenges, and I think people are moving from the formal education system to non-formal education system for that purpose, and people of all ages are seeking a diverse range of learning experiences to inspire, guide and enhance their personal, professional life for success in work and life. These are some of the, actually I would like to quote that, this is a report on museums and libraries and 21st century skills, IMLS in 2009, and they have quoted in what are the important skills for the 21st century people. This learning and innovation skill is there, information and media technology skill, life and career skills, and many other things can be adopted, can be taught through museums, and museums are different kinds. And I would like to quote that civic, health, environment, financial literacy, this literacy, I think it was ever in India, we are just focusing on some of these aspects because we thought that it is very important for the 21st century. We are talking about the civic, the sanitation is one of the major campaigns in India by our Prime Minister, he has taken that. We have focused on digital literacy, which is very important. The scientific and technological literacy is also important, and we are trying to focus on that through our science museums. So this we are trying to impart that, and how NCSM is just taking that interventions and playing a major role in that intervention, I would like to share with you. I will not go into detail with that because that maybe the paper is there. But this is how from the school and museums it's different. So that is very important because how museums can come into play. That whether it is a free choice, yes it is free choice in the non-formal system. You have object relations, but it's basic text. I think it's teacher-centered to learner-centered. That is the thing difference which we can be into learning in the schools and museums. This is the whole gamut of the whole education system where we have non-formal, informal, and the formal education system which is there. But it's important that why we should emphasize on non-formal education, because these museums are trying to provide. It's lifelong because now even learned people, they want some kind of education at all the time. So it's very important that we have this kind of learning. Learning rather than teaching, so we are not teaching anything to them because everybody understands a lot of things about that. It's a self-directed, it's a free class learning setting there. Optimally loading on freedom of learning. So that's very important that you are not trying to impose many other things. Encourages individualized work pattern. Flexibility for learning as per learner needs, motivation, which is very important in today's context. At learner's pace and convenience. So you are giving a kind of physical environment where he can learn because at his own pace. And all possible media and effective means of communication, whether it is audio, multimedia, digital and other learning materials. And it's a low financial input because you are not investing too much on this formal system as such. So this is important for that. Now we come to that how we are trying to promote to our areas and just briefly give out what the National Council of Science Museum is there in India about. This National Council of Science Museum is one of the largest network of science centers in the world. Science museum, science centers in the world, I would like to tell you. Creator of 48 science centers, science cities, and 2 centers outside India, one in Mauritius and one in, just now in Kandy we have set up another museum there. We are working in various other countries also. Right now we have started work for 5 science centers and 1 science city and 18 new science centers to be completed by 2017. 37 new proposals are pending from different states. We have annual visitor footfall of 13.5 million plus, which includes about 3.5 million children. So that is very important that we are tracking to about more than 3.5 million. Longest and largest extension program of 23 mobile science exhibitions for rural areas. So we are covering that particularly. Open 360 days in a year. So because we are talking about 24/7, only 2 days in a year we are closed, depending on the place. Holi and Diwali is 2 days. But these are the things which as a whole network. Here some of the things which I want to emphasize that because it's a part of that scientific attitude and temper. It is in our constitution. It has been mentioned that there is a need to promote scientific temper, and it's part of our fundamental duty that organization and institutions should promote this scientific temper. So we have taken cue from that. We have also to collect, preserve and this important historical objects which represent landmarks in development of science, technology and industry, and portray of science and technology heritage, which is very important. Okay, just for collection part of that, we have a lot of such kind of collections in our science centers in various places. We have some of the oldest kind of thing which is there in the first computer which came to India and in about 1917 or so. So that is our part of collection. The steam engine which has gone out. Probably the children will not see this kind of thing there. They may have, but probably now when the digital change is coming, and probably this may inspire many of the young children to do. This is a broad gamut of activity what we do. We do a lot of development, but I think education is one of the important aspects of our science center. This is how the growth of science centers and museums in India has done. From 1950 we started with one. The first science center in the Kolkata was started, Science Museum, which was called Science Museums. And in fact from 78 onwards we have changed from Science Museum to Science Center because it was activity oriented. Because the worldwide there was a generation shift from the collection to the activity based center. So in 2013 we have about 48 science centers now. And what happened that we are now making centers for various states and we introducing the country and probably for outside the country also. This is our network which is under NCSM, about 25 science centers. This is, we have a network because we make centers and give it to the state. So it is about 48 plus we have 2 outside. This is the future project is by 2017 we will be covering almost all the parts of India, and if you see that almost all parts of India unrepresented areas like that with the science centers and museums will be covered. So this is the government plan that every unrepresented area, every state should have one science museum and science center because they understand the importance of this particular activity in the country. There is a global problem that people are not going towards science. It is very important for the society. Why they are not going? Because there is a lack of problem in the formal education system. So non-formal education system, people are opting for that. There are a lot of children who come to us, 2.5 million children, and to our mobile science about another 2.5 million children. So we are trying to focus that area, and we are trying to intervene into that and providing such kind of non-formal education setting for the young population of India. These are the major activities of science museums, exhibition and galleries and various things using state-of-the-art technology. We have a very strong database, we have a strong research base. So all the things what you see here, it is in-house done. We don't want, because why we do for outside country? Because it's very cheap compared to the West country. If you see, it's already 1/8 or so. What is the cost we pay to the Western museums? We can do less than that. So we are intervening into that, and we are trying to promote, we are trying to do exhibitions and galleries for the places also. Strategic support to other institutions. All over India, they want some kind of museum, some kind of galleries. We have done for several things. And we are not doing only for the science museum, but we are doing for archaeological museums also. We did a gallery, we renovated this gallery for the Indian Museum for the bicentenary. We used the latest technology to display the coin. I've seen many coin display in parts, but I think this is one of the state-of-the-art display which is there. And then we have also Vivekananda Museum in Archimation, which uses latest state-of-the-art technology for dissemination. So using digital media, we have made this kind of exhibition there. Research and development is our very important tool. We have a full central research and training lab, which looks after every year they try to develop something. Making a 3D film is so expensive, but now we have gone for HD 3D film also. So we are trying to make 3D films on us. I think I could not bring that 3D because it requires glasses. We made, when we are doing an exhibition here, we made a 3D film on Sri Lanka also. So that is available, probably sometime we can send that to you, a 3D film on Sri Lanka. This is the international collaboration. We provide exhibits to, we set up a full science center in Mauritius, Rajiv Gandhi Science Center. We did an Indian gallery of Buddhism at Kandy, which is there. You can have a look around that. We also export exhibits to Australia, to Egypt, to Israel, and many other countries. In fact, we have done in various parts of the world. In fact, because our economy is very cheap, and people opting because, and we also use the latest state-of-the-art technology. And we basically we are very strong in the content development. So that's why people are coming to us. We also developed international traveling exhibitions. This was India Glimpse of Science in USA, which traveled for 2 years. This is Cricket Connects. Very recently, this year, it was exhibited in South Africa. This is in Trinidad and Tobago. This is in Bhutan, Bangladesh, many other countries, Germany and other places. This is a growth of visitors which is there. These are the interventions which we are trying to do. One of the largest mobile scientific programs in the world, in fact, 20 kilometers, 2.5 million rural children. Non-formal, all kind of activities. In fact, every day in Science Center in India across, we have 1 or 2 programs happening in every part of the world. We bring a lot of celebrities like Sunita Williams or many other people that know Lawrence Stewart Center. And we are also fabricator of this thing. We can develop and we give it to science museums across. We also do with, now we are going for this sanitation, this water testing in Burma, many places. So we are trying to focus on contemporary theme also. This is that we also do a family exhibition of contemporary themes, now plant pressure, global warming, river, human genome, so many things. Every year we develop 2 family exhibitions across the world. We are pioneer in this science park across the world. Our concept has been taken by Western museums, in fact Western science museums, and they have developed the science park in their country. They have acknowledged this contribution of India. This is because we focus very on the human resource development, professional training, enrichment program, and professional seminars are there. We have a very important program which I think all of the members of our countries can do. We have a program called Master of Science in Science Communicator inbuilt program. That 2-year degree program is there. We train everything from collection management to the media management to communication and other aspects. So it is an in-house program, and a lot of programs are done for many other countries also here. We have support from them. This is, I think yesterday this was that it's an innovation hub, because we found that this 21st century skills are important, and then we focus on that. The Planning Commission also thought about that, and they thought that National Council of Science Museums come into play. In all the science centers across India, we are setting up this innovation hub. This 99.60 crores in 3 years. It's a very major task, but I think already we have started, 5 have started working, and results are coming now. People are just, students are getting acquainted to that, because the patents, IPR issues and other things are coming up, so I think we are focusing on that also. Two case studies I will take that because the digital technology is important. We have about 70% in villages, the rural school children. We have computer aided learning where we are developing the skills of the teachers in rural areas to use digital technology. And not only use this the science topic but other topics also in other things. This is that from the state to the town, every year maybe in one state I am taking about, maybe 1700 teachers, and this 1700 will again go to that. So in another 5 years we have thousands of teachers who will train in using this technology. This is again to primary teachers because we understand this. The primary, the phase of the children is very important to impart that kind of science education because there they can change their skills and other habits. As per our this right to education, now every children has a right to get education. So RTI is very important. I think one of the we can see that we have taken this step. And we are trying to focus this primary children where teachers is become part of that. In fact, they come to your center, they visit, they interact, they develop on language, mathematics, geography, basic astronomy, environment, testing and practice teaching is there. They also contribute, there is a feedback by the teachers and then they come there. So I think that's the So I think there is a major need to innovate in the field of education and promote learning. And NCSM can play, if required, we can help in setting up such kind of programs, such kind of facilities for the countries which are interested to do that. Because we know that this science centers and is a very important aspect of that. The corrections are there, but we are also trying to inbuilt the modern technologies which are there in the display and other techniques which are there. Because it's buzzword of 21st century, and just to end with that, we are just doing. We have such kind of innovation because it is happening across. Is there in India? We see that how the things are changing. This is the kind of thing which is happening across. We say that Kamat Jugaad thing was there, so this kind of thing even we are trying to innovate. Many people are trying to innovate. And of course, because the 21st century population is high generation, so we have to focus on that and we have to innovate and we have to do a lot of things about education and learning aspects. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much. Very good, excellent presentations on science education, not on happiness. So now we are coming in the third paper, Dr. M.D. Horror Persons from Bangladesh. His paper will be on museums in the 21st century, new trends and museum management in Bangladesh, National Museum perspective. So I'm very excited about hearing about 21st century's museums.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Chair and Honorable Delegates, Honorable Director of the SAARC Cultural Center, Honorable Deputy Director of the Cultural Center, and the meeting people, Assalamu alaikum. My paper is already cited about the museums in the 21st century. New trends in museum management in Bangladesh national perspective. Bangladesh National Museum is a national institution focused on the collection, preservation, and display of the antiquities, works of arts, technological specimens, relics connected with the liberation war, struggle of Bangladesh, specimens of flora and fauna, and products of intellectual activities, audio-visual, documentary, evidence, and such other objects and items related to the cultural and natural heritage of Bangladesh, and so on. In 1932, at a discussion, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of the nation, gave vivid guidelines concerning the National Museum. The NMA is now being reorganized in accordance with his vision. Bangladesh National Museum was established at Shabad on 17 November in 1983, incorporating the cultural properties and antiquities of the Dhaka Museum. Dhaka Museum was formally inaugurated by Lord Carmichael in a single room of the old Secretariat building on 7th August in 1930. But it was first opened to the public on 25th August in 1940 within 379 objects on display. That the museum was transferred from the old Secretariat building to Baludwari. You see the audience hall with where dogs and Dawari means gate house of the Nindoli Suchi, Nindoli Palace of the Nawab Nizam, Deputy Governor of Dhaka at Nindoli in July 1915. The Dhaka Museum Board of Trustees Ordinance was constituted on 22 April in 1970 to administer the museum as an autonomous institution, later by promulgating the Bangladesh Jatiyo Jadughar, Bangladesh National Museum Ordinance in 1983. On 20th September, all sorts of wealth and facilities and officers and employees of the Dhaka Museum were transferred to Vienna. The relics of the cultural heritage of ancient Bengal, representing Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim and other ethnic communities, the archaeological artifacts and the specimens of the glorious liberation war are the most significant objects of the Bangladesh National Museum. This is the picture you see. The object first is the Gary Buddha, and the second is the top, the family sketch, the world famous sketcher, Shilpacharya Janal Abidin, and downward is spotted here in Sundarban Diorama. We have the good and fine Diorama in our National Museum. The last one is the Nakshikata, you know, the Kankata. DNM has 4 tutorial departments. The name of the department is Department of History and Classical Art, Department of Ethnography and Decorative Art, and the Department of Contemporary Art and World Civilization. And fourth number is Department of Natural History. The museum has enormous collection of historical objects. Among these stone and metal sculptures, terracotta plaques, coins, ornaments, Arabic and Persian inscriptions, Sanskrit, Bengali and Arabic Persian manuscripts written on hand-made paper or on palm leaf, and paintings are especially important. In ivory, replicas of books, embroidered quilts, nakshikata, wood carvings, legal instruments, textiles, ceramics, objects of folk arts and crafts. Contemporary arts and crafts, contemporary art and crafts of the world civilization, specimens of natural heritage like flora, fauna, Rocks and minerals have been raised to the collection of DNM. All these antiquities are restored digitally through OIS form. Bangladesh National Museum also has Department of Conservation Laboratory, Department of Administration, Finance and Security. DNM controls 5 branches museum. These are Usmani Museum in Sylhet, Alsanuddin Museum in Dhaka, and Jia Memorial Museum in Chittagong, Tripacharya Jalal Abidin Sangroshala in Mymensingh, and Padmukhi Joshimuddin Sangroshala is under construction in the district of Kozhikode. Besides, the project to establish Jarnal Kangal Hurina Museum in Kustia. The challenges for a museum are now cyber and physical security of the antiquities, the environment and so on. DNM has reorganized the galleries and displayed the glorious history of the language movement in 1952. Liberation War in 1971 in the galleries number 38 and 39, 40, so on, that the next generations and foreigners can learn the history and heritage of Bangladesh. Recently, two thematic exhibitions of great interest on liberation struggle of Bangladesh, Bangladesh Liberation War and Post-Liberation of Bangladesh has been installed. Light and Sound and Multimedia Show in gallery number 38. There is CG monitors in gallery number 39 and 40. We have kiosk touch screen in other galleries are new inclusions in Bangladesh National Museum in the era of information and communication technology. Documentaries on language movement, liberation war and historical address of 7 months of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, are shown regularly. DNM has installed new security equipment. The 44 galleries and the boundaries with its surroundings equipped with closed-circuit cameras are always monitored from control room for ensuring the safety of the museum and its antiquities. All the visitors and the employees are checked through the artery and metal detectors and desks and scanned for the heavy scanner machine at the main entrance of the museum. In all galleries, burglar alarms marking red color tape have been installed to protect the objects from any join or harm or theft by the visitors. Moreover, we have to introduce the antiquities of the museum to the visitors. A new workshop for replica and model of the sculptures, paintings and other museum objects has been constructed in 2013. We have conservation laboratory. Conservation laboratory of this museum has been modernized, renovated and developed in 2013 to improve conservation methods, analytical work to study objects, taking measures to biodeterioration, environmental monitoring and regular inspection of galleries and stores. Bangladesh National Museum has already launched a dynamic website on its own. We wrote our website so that the mass around the world can get update news and addition to the collection and so on. Besides, the museum has launched 5 customized software such as Object Identification System, Object ID, for the digital inventory of the total activities of the museum. human resource information system for the proper management of the personnel, etc. The museum wants to serve the visitors through automation and e-governance. Bangladesh National Museum has already submitted some project proposals to the government to modernize it and make more accessible to the public, making virtual museum to showcase the history, heritage and culture of Bangladesh, installing interactive media in galleries for disseminating the information of the antiques and its history to the public, setting up visitor-friendly special security gate and punch card at every gallery for the proper protection of the antiquities are in the ambit of change for furnish the museum in accordance to the expectation of the public. Finally, the museum will consider the matter of creating visual storage system very soon and how to make the museum open in 24/7 in near future. And we have to introduce integrity for the visiting of the museum will be introduced within very short time. DNM is extending its activities day by day. It tries to make spaces for various sites of the culture, history, heritage, etc. Like other museums, Bangladesh National Museum, its limitations and challenges, want to review, rethink, and reorganize its activities through best museological practice in the light of new trends in museum management, keeping pace with the museum management trends received by other museums of the world and taking place as a light bearer in the country and abroad. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are on time now. Exactly, we are following like almost a Japanese time. So we have now 30 minutes for the floor. So as usual, so whatever you have, any questions for these wonderful three papers. So I invite, yes please.
My question is to you, Samarendraji. Basically, you alluded to non-formal education. The National Council of Educational Research and Training, the NCERT, they have a Center for Educational Technology where that was formally initiated by the NCERT. So, your museum themes, is it linked to what the ministry and the NCERT tells you to do vis-a-vis education, or are you completely autonomous?
We are completely autonomous from that. In fact, our Director General is a member of that committee which is there, and then we try to that. We try to focus on the syllabus of the children which is there, like is fixed by NCERT in India. But we try to do things totally differently. In fact, the children want some kind of different experience. So what we are trying to do that, we are taking the things from that particular syllabus. And then we are trying to do some kind of activity which is totally different from what they are taught in the schools. The experimentation is totally negligible in the schools at present, which is there. So we have so many programs in our center where we try to focus, we try to cater to that need. So especially during our vacation camps in all the science centers across the country, we have take limited number of batches, but in advance, almost 3-4 months in advance, that programs are booked by the children. So they want to experiment some kind of thing. But we have a linkage with them. You know, recently the Government of India, Ministry of Education is trying to launch so many programs. The Rashtriya Avishkar Abhiyan is there, which is going to there, which is connected with the innovation.
we have taken forward in that way. We are setting up because innovation lab, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to give some kind of facilities for the children. Again, it goes to the schools, because schools are overburdened with their own curriculum. So we try to provide in a different way in a science center where we have a dedicated staff, and we have very structured format for this innovation hub. We have kind of mentors which are there. We are trying to engage retired people who have passion for such kind of education, science education. It's not only connected with science, it's connected with everything. If they find something which is related to their normal civic life or anything, we are trying to focus the local needs of that particular center. For example, in a center in Tiruchirappalli or in Tirunelveli in southern district, okay, their requirement is different from the requirement in the north part of the India or the eastern part of India. So we are trying to focus on that. I think some of the successes are coming up in Guwahati. We have tried to do. They are just for the blind people. How you can turn the pages without that. So we have developed in innovation hub. The students have developed such kind of mechanism. So right from the early stage, and maybe to talk about that, because the government of India has announced by the Prime Minister on 15th August the Digital India campaign is there. So to make the children aware about that and then also lead to that innovation which is there, because we are targeting that 65% population below 35 years of age. So we are trying to create a kind of bridge between them, and the science center is playing that major role in that.
My question was to Dr. Vishal.
I want to introduce the e-ticket also. It's very interesting. We don't have the e-ticket, and you give that the concept where I said e-ticket. And can you elaborate about the virtual museum? Virtual museum, if you going through the newspaper, virtual museum and e-ticketing. Very briefly.
Yes, thank you for your question. We are going to build up a virtual museum. Just we are submitting the the project paper, DPP, already been informed by our specialists, and already we have to submit to the government, and government just is going to be justified and just examining all the things. Is it government decide to give us the budget or the money, then shortly we are going to implement a virtual museum in Bangladesh. It is a good project for us. Thank you for this question.
Yes, the doctor question. Ladies' thoughts.
My question is also to Mr. Kumar. And you are doing a very admirable thing, bringing science to the people and the students, and about getting them to learn rather than teaching. And you also mentioned that one of the items is environment. What is your contribution to get the children to learn about protection and conservation of our environment and nature? Because science and technology is really making man a bus destroying everything that it touches. So how could we get the young children to learn the dangers and risks of science and technology also through your museum?
Okay. In the short presentation, I could not show the several case studies what we have. But to start with, I think I would like to just inform that the science center actually, we are when we ask for the state government for the land, we start from starting from there. So they give, because the requirement is about 5 acres of land in a very good locality. Now good land is not available anywhere in the country. So what they do, they give the garbage land or some kind of land to us. In fact, I would like to tell you that many of the science centers what we have developed are on garbage or such kind of land which were not accessible to the people. So we have converted that land, and then through that eco process we have done that. Many of the science centers are set up there, and now those places are now well recognized, and now the property has gone up in that way. The classic example is of Science City Kolkata. Science City Kolkata is one of the biggest science centers in the world. In fact, after 3-4 museums in the world, they receive more than about 13.5 million visitors every year. That's more than 50 lakh people, 1.5 million people. In fact, that was built on a garbage land. That land property, that is on the economic impact of the sanctuary. So I'm discussing that also. For the environment education teacher, we have several programs throughout the year. Several programs, and now what we have done, because we thought that this World Environment Day celebrations are there, the biodiversity is there, the water day is there, that is being celebrated all over the country in our science centers. And children are really eager to learn, they are trying to intervene. But now we have just shifted from that and we are trying to focus much more on local requirements. For example, in Digha, we have a science center in Digha. That sea beach was very dirty in that way and we have taken initiative to clean that kind of thing. The sea beach is being done. In Calicut, we have a center which is also very near to the beach. We have taken initiative for cleaning that whole area. In Bardhaman, which is a very arsenic infected water is there, we are trying to educate people how you can do the water sampling and use according to that. So several green initiatives have been taken by council and I think students are very much engaged because they find it very interesting because for the normal routine when they come to this place and then they see the activity and that kind of motivation is there and the kind of engagement, what we are doing, that social engagement of the children is very much in part seen in our science centers. So there is a very close interaction during camps, during special day celebrations, the parents, the children, they come together and then they share this initiative. So I think we are doing a lot of work on that. I think for a specific environment because we have 25 science centers all across the country doing a lot of programs there in addition to that. And not only our network science centers, but the science centers what we have done. For example, in Port Blair, we are doing a lot of programs for the conservation aspect of that, for the conservation of that. In fact, in Sundarban area, we are doing some work on that. So like that, we are doing a lot of programs throughout the country. I think we can share much more on that.
That makes your project more interesting and more useful, and I think we should share it with all the SAARC countries because this is what we need.
Thank you.
And just one question from Dr. Hussain. Virtual museum. Have you got a Bangla word for that? Because now in our part of the world, we don't have a proper word for virtual reality or virtual museums or whatever.
Actually, you want to know the Bangla subject for the virtual museum? Yes, we are trying, but it is not confirmed that because you know it is very difficult to formulate the Bangla software for the virtual museum. But we are trying to do this. How to make the Bangla software for the virtual museum. Hopefully, in our country, you know, we have some renowned specialists in IT. And actually they are trying to find out the Bangla software for the virtual museum. And already, you know, we did all the antiquities. We have a huge number of antiquities, a very rich collection of us. We have about 1 lakh antiquities in the National Museum of Bangladesh. And already we did project and the digitalization. Already we did all the antiquities, now it's on the online, and only the hundreds of the picture is very important antiques in the online now. We are hopefully do that. Thank you for the question.
Very good morning to all of you present here. And my question is to Mr. Samanendra Kumar. In fact, I am very much impressed with your paper, sir. One thing I would like to know from you, that are you organizing any programs in vacation especially for the students to know more about the astronomy like that in practical sense, so that they can get a wide vision on this? Are you organizing?
Very strong program for astronomy education because we also develop low-cost planetarium for the many countries in fact now. We have very strong R&D research and development in that, and we are finalizing a very about 50-seater planetarium, 80-seater planetarium, because if we go to the other centers, other planetarium sellers, it's going to millions in that, and we are very low cost. We have done that.
For that purpose, we have this strong base that we conduct a lot of astronomy awareness programs throughout the year. In fact, we have every weekend, Saturdays, Sundays, the astronomy observation programs are organized in all the science centers in the country. So astronomy is one of the focus, and I have to tell you that we also conduct the Astronomy Olympiad program in India, and through our camps. In fact, a lot of gold medals and silver medals have been won by participants of our camp, which is held in Bombay, and through all over the country we do that. So astronomy is one of the major focus in that, and we do that because we have 3 planetariums under us. 8 planetariums we have set up in many other parts, and if any of the member countries want to set up a low-cost planetarium, NCSN can help them in setting up this low-cost planetariums in that.
Thank you very much. I am Nausna Begum. I took questions. First question is to Mr. Kumar. Do you think that children can make sure success so learning from your innovation hub?
Yeah, that's happening well. In fact, just only 6-7 months of operation, we are finding that their results are coming up, and we hope that in 3 years' time, when we set up about 50 to 60, because what we are doing, we are circulating down to that, and probably a lot of children are getting involved to that, because actually earlier there was not such opportunity for the young children. You know, discussing of patents, discussing of IPR, discussing of proprietorship, that was never discussed in the schools nowadays. But we brought about a science, technology and innovation policy in 2013, where not only science and technology were there, but innovation policy was included in our national plan. Because that was a requirement of 21st century. We are thinking, we are just not thinking about maybe 2 or 3 years, but 10, 15 years beyond that. So innovation policy was included in our plan, and we feel that if these young students which are going to, in 4 or 5 years, they will be clearing their graduate engineering and science and other programs. They will be the leader in that way. So I think all the science museums and science centers, in fact, what I think that there should be a mixing of overlapping of all these architectural museums, science museums all together, because science, we feel that it's part of our culture. Whatever we do, whatever we think, it's connected with science. For example, if you have architecture, you have, but one thing which comes to our mind also, that how to integrate, how to do interpretation in that way. For example, we have set up a gallery on science and technology heritage. We discussed about antiquities of Mohenjo-daro and other things. But have we thought that, okay, if we discuss about the weights and other things, we have collections, we have, what is the technology behind that? We have a very good interpretation of why the iron pillar in India, which was found in that period, never rusts. And that is a marvel for science and technology heritage, that iron which never rusts, in fact. So what is the technology? Nowhere in the world right now you can make an iron which rusts today. So I think there is a need for that kind of thing. If we try to get the children involved with such kind of activity, just want to know that. We have, for example, we have a coal mine, a mock-up coal mine. You see in 2-3 galleries we have. So children can go inside the mine and then see what is happening across. So that is the kind of thing we try to engage the people. And children are one of the major, source of such kind of thing, get inspired by such kind of activity. So I think children are very much interested in such kind of activities.
Thank you very much. My second question is to Dr. Farooq. What's a good achievement on the observation of 100 years anniversary of our National Museum?
Thank you for a nice question. We celebrated our 100 years anniversary in the last 2013. As you know, the National Museum was started at 1913. And for this, we celebrated around 2 years. In 2012 and 2013, we organized a huge number of programs, like national programs and also in the international programs. And we organized a lot and huge, each and every day we have a good number of visitors. In the official day we have around 2,000 visitors per day, but in the weekend we got around 9,000, 10,000 visitors, a huge number of visitors in the National Museum. And you already know we have a very big museum. We have 44 galleries. Each time you need to visit us because 4 or 5 hours you need to visit all the things. And we have, the 4 territorial departments, and we have the Hindu sculptures, metal sculptures, stone sculptures, and we have also yesterday Ms. Das presented the palm leaf presentation. We have some public inscription in our museum, and we have a good number of researchers, and they research on it, and a publication in each year. We have this number of publications, and we have a souvenir shop, and that shop we sold publications and replicas. We just last year we did complete our project like to maintain replicas. I already depict the replica manufacturer. They are doing the replicas, and so many foreigners are interested to buy the replicas. And in this way, we are celebrating the 100 years anniversary. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, last.
Dr. Karan, Dr. Sri Lanka. As an astronomer, I feel very happy that you have such a strong astronomy program with the Science Day. Sri Lanka also has wanted to do a science museum in Sri Lanka, but unfortunately it has been in the planning stages, I think, for about 20 or 30 years, and it has still not materialized. My question is that how much are you managing to get rid of the concept of astrology, the difference between astronomy and astrology? I have a document here published by the National Research and Development Council of Sri Lanka, which talks about the needing to develop astrology in this country. So, are you achieving something to succeed to remove that difference?
Okay. Thank you. So, I would like to tell you we have a very strong program which is called Science and Superstitions Awareness Program. And one of the topics that regarding astrology is a part of that. Probably in Science Center we totally disagree with this agreement, and what we do that we conduct several programs throughout the year, especially in the rural areas, try to bring about that, the distinction between astrology and astronomy. And through this Science Awareness Program, this Astronomy Awareness Program, we also try to conduct such kind of awareness. So I think we don't subscribe to that astrology was there in that way, because we have some theories for that, I think, and we have also invited a lot of senior people in that, and a lot of astronomy educators like Dr. Nalika who was there. So he discussed amongst the children about this aspect, that the astronomy, basic astrology is that it depends on your birth time and like that, but you cannot predict the birth time as such. So everything changes from that itself. So basically astronomy is a very strong base, and we try to propagate this the ancient science of astronomy, especially in the Jaina and the Buddhism literature what we have found, because we have such a very strong gallery on scientific and technological heritage of India. And India at that time, when it was 2005, it was a combination of all these from Pakistan to other places. So what are the traditions of that? From that we are trying to build up, and probably through this our program on astronomy awareness, we try to just distinguish the myth between the reality kind of thing. So I think in that, I think nowadays children don't believe. In fact, if we have done such kind of surveys, probably the elders believe much more on this astrology compared to the young children. So the tradition, probably in another 10-15 years, probably it will change. The shift will be there. Probably the astrology, because I think there is a market-driven economy also. The stones cannot be sold because of this concept. So I think it is very important. And we discussed about that. If the stone was so important for us, then probably everybody can wear the stone and all the problems will be solved. So how it can be done that way? And we try that the students realize that kind of thing, the young students which they are doing. So I think we have a very strong program for this. Especially we find in rural areas, we have a lot of myths and so in India also it's there. In India, in many villages, in the tribal areas, many other areas is there. And we have a very strong program, and we have faced so many resistance in that. You will not believe that probably you must have heard that, and that was internationally, that when we started drinking milk, probably it was worldwide. And on the same day, we did a program, that was in the afternoon, and I was in Bombay, I think I remember, I was in Bombay. A lot of milks were being offered in the temple. And in the evening we conducted a program because we find that the contemporary things, if we take immediately and bring it to the national television as a science communicator, it's our role to bring about what is the thing. And then we demonstrated that why it is happening. Why it is happening, you can do this kind of experiment with any idol as such. It's not only Ganesha drinking milk. So we strongly intervened into that, and we were able to convince a lot of people. So that way. So I think these are the things which are trying. Again, happening in Bandra, Mahi, that suddenly the water was turned sweet, and a lot of people flocked that area and tried to take a small can of water from that Mahi Creek area. Again, that was a superstition kind of thing. I was involved into one activity in Bombay. There was a house which told that suddenly that there was a Ganesh idol which started vibrating at a certain point of time. And then there was a lot of offering and other things which are coming up there. When we, 2-3 people, a group was made, and then we tried to investigate into that. We found that it was on the second floor of the building, and it was made from the old structure. It was a very old structure. And when the bus used to pass or any vehicle used to pass, the whole building shook. And then we tried to convince that a lot of people there. Then I think this is the kind of thing what we try to create with our this program. Thank you. I hope I am able to answer the question.
You need to we need to import it to Sri Lanka.
Thank you.
So you may add something to that.
Yeah. Yes.
Why astrology is studying up in our country? Even elections are decided on astrological predictions and the dates. And in our newspapers and even electronic media, now in the single newspapers, they have reduced the cultural and literary pages to 2 pages, but for astrology, they are giving 4 pages. So, but one positive thing with the astrology is, if you fix up an auspicious time, then people are punctual.
I would like to again share it because I was there in, I will not name one of the former president of I think he visited, I think I was at that time there. He visited to one of the local at that time, and he offered a lot of gifts and everything because he predicted, because when he was not a president, I think prime minister at that time, only it was that system. So he predicted that one day he will become prime minister of Sri Lanka. And after 1 or 2 years, he became prime minister, and then he came especially to thank him that you predicted that, so that's why I became prime minister.
Sir, can I supplement?
Yes. Yes.
Can we separate our belief from science?
Yes, definitely. Beliefs are there, very traditional beliefs are there, but I think if you go very carefully about that, belief have had lot of scientific background behind that. I will give you one example of that. Why we don't take salt on Sundays or Sundays? That's the everywhere belief which is there. It's a requirement of the day. In fact, at that time when people are using lot of things, so one day they thought, why not avoid the salt from their intake? So that what happens, this normal weekly balance is there maintained in that way. So I think it's basically, if you go thoroughly, people say that why you eat non-veg on some particular day or so. I don't know whether it's there in Sri Lanka, that you don't have to eat non-veg on one particular day or something like that. Or you don't have to cut hair during one particular day or so. But why it is so? It started, the tradition may have started like that, but probably it got transformed and something like that happened. In fact, right now I am working on a project, how to measure the scientific temper of the people, the scientific attitude of the people. Because very important, there is a very strong paper that how this scientific literacy is very important, it's a very important aspect of our society. But scientific literacy is much more important than that. Because your lot of economic benefits can come to you if you are scientifically literate. For example, illiterate people, if you are making aware them, scientifically aware that taking precautions, the sanitation measures, the civic sense, if it is developed, then I think a lot of problems will be solved at that stage itself. So right at the, even illiterate people can be taught scientific literacy. So if scientific literacy is a part of our program, in fact it should be part of program of all governments. Normally what we say that we try to ape Western world, but I think there is a lot of thought goes into that. How it should become a national program to create such kind of awareness. The scientific literacy campaign should be there. Literacy campaign has to be there, but along with that, why not the scientific literacy should be there? So that economic benefits, for example, the health, billions of dollars are being spent in SAARC countries itself on that. But if we are making people aware of the scientific facts about their health, sanitation, which the present government in India has thought about very rightly, that sanitation and health is so important issue, the nutrition is so important issue. If you make people literate on that issue, you will save billions also for other development will work. So I think science centers, science museums, the museums across, they need to focus, they should try to adopt such kind of thing. Because people visit the museums. I think museums are, because people consider museum as a kind of symbol kind of thing. Whatever they tell is an authority on that. So I think it should be a program of all the science museums across different categories that why to promote such kind of thing, how to promote such kind of thing. And there is the innovation start there. Innovation in communicating those ideas to the people. That's very important. Thank you for it.
Okay, now I think now we can conclude, because I believe in karma, because it has prolonged quite long, that I will be born as a hungry ghost next life, because everybody is waiting for the food. So this is my karma. Because then I'm really failing to control the time, then what consequences? I will be born as a hungry ghost. So, but very interesting, I learned a lot of new subjects today. For example, like a science education, Mr. Kumar and our names from the Antiquities Act and the seminar on antiquities and virtual museums, whatever, from my friend. So I think it's very interesting and special. I became so fascinated, interested in belief and science, spiritual and I don't know what you call spiritual and modern, I don't know what you call technology. But it should go like not parallel, should be really like a spiritual, and all this activity should become union, like a compassion and wisdom. So Buddha said that the truth can be seen by unfailing faith, not intellectual. So that's why this intellectual, if you keep on, then maybe sometimes we cannot see the truth. So if I have a gem or turquoise in my hand, you have to trust. You have not seen the turquoise in my hand until untouched my feet. So that's why you have to believe that is the truth. That is not really, you have not seen the really turquoise, but you have to believe that is the turquoise. So we have to, certain, I'm not against the science education, but certain superstitions helps very much, especially in terms of giving protection the environment. These trees are very important and residents of spirit. All mountain areas or high mountains are residents of what is called gods and goddesses. So we don't climb, we don't conquer the outer object phenomena. Better to conquer our own mind, I think. That's why I think that's the solution. What we are having problems in the world is just we are trying to conquer on the outside, not inside. So that's why if we really, I like this, you think globally and act locally. That is really interesting and very similar to Buddha's message. Anyhow, thank you very much. So if you really allow me to speak, I will keep on speaking like a Jewish woman. So thank you very much. So I have to stop now here. All the best and have a nice, wonderful meal to make us happy.
after this, in this post-lunch academic session. We are about to start. Please take your seats and please put your mobiles on the silent mode. And if it becomes imperative that you should receive the call, please be kind enough to step out and take the call so that the speakers and the listeners are not disturbed. Thank you for your cooperation. This academic session number 5 is focused on museum management in modern technology. We have got 3 presentations. The session is to be presided over by Mr. A.M. Mishra. May I request him to come to the head table, please? Mr. A.M. Mishra is the Under Secretary at the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. The presenters are Dr. Kavan Ratnatunga, Sri Lanka. Please come to the head table. Professor Satyam Ghosh and Tushar Agrawal. Please come to the head table. And Mr. Abhishek Gureja, also from India. Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you, Dr. I'm really fortunate and I'm thankful to SAARC Cultural Center that they have given me an opportunity to chair before this August assembly. And particularly with reference to museum management and modern technology. Though it's a post-lunch session, but the modern technology will, I think the 3 learned delegates from different parts of our SAARC region will certainly be able to unite their mind and will present some valuable inputs to take forward the objectives of SAARC Cultural Center. Now, I would request Dr. Kavan Ratnatunga from Sri Lanka, who is going to present a paper on creating museum numismatic collections in the digital era. Sri Dr. Kavan Ratnatunga.
Thank you for inviting me to give this talk, and excuse me, I will speak from this end. I don't like to be too far away from my uterus. So the talk today I'm going to give you about is coins. That is my hobby, and I have tried to get involved with the coin collections in this museum and many other museums, and just talk about the experience I had. So a museum, as defined by ICON, is a non-profit making permanent institution which services and requires, conserves, research and communicates and exhibits. So it is supposed to bring all these objects and not just hide it away and look after them. It's supposed to share it with everybody. So
The museums have a particular responsibility of making collections and all relevant information available as freely as possible having regard to restraints arising from reasons of confidentiality and security. That's an ICOM Code of Ethics of 2006, and must continuously evolve with new technology. And that's what we are talking about today, is to bring new technology to improve our museum experience of visitors as well as researchers. So basically, to try to go into new technology, you must try to digitize this information so that you can share it with the world and not just the people who can come to the museum, and that our culture could be shared with the whole world rather than with only the people who visit Sri Lanka, which is a small number compared to the global population that is interested in Sri Lanka. I started a website back in 1998 for this thing, and I'm sort of continuing with the same theme of trying to put more information on the internet about Sri Lanka. These virtual museums are definitely not a replacement for the real thing, because seeing a picture is not the same as actually seeing an object real life. So I would rather want to go to the Louvre and see the Mona Lisa, not just a photograph of the Mona Lisa, which I've seen all the time. On the other hand, if I cannot go to the Louvre, then a picture is better than thing. And if you make that picture a very high resolution image, properly displayed, then it could be as good as going there. So there are complementary services which have to be developed to develop our objectives of a new era. So I'm going to focus today on numismatics, which is what I am mostly interested in, coins. And often coins are one of the largest parts of any collection in a museum. In this museum there are about 250,000 objects, of which about 80,000 are coins. So they represent often the largest collections in most museums of our kind. So they have to be conserved, preserved, preservation, security, museum display, and making them available for scholarly research is very important, and unfortunately that is one of the regions which our museum has not progressed very much in. So I hope that this will motivate them to do that. And a lot of this was, so we have basically inherited old colonial attitudes of looking after things, and those colonial attitudes developed in the era of, without the technology we have today, and they were required in that era, but the digital era has changed the whole environment, and therefore you could have security as well as sharing all your things, all your items with everybody. So coins are very important because a piece of metal, they do survive very long. We have pieces of metal which are almost 3,000 years old, and they tell a lot about the trade and economy, the metallurgy and technology, and the culture and iconography of the society that they represent. So coins that way give us a lot of information about society and their items, unlike paper, which survive through the generations. But to really get the maximum out of a coin that you have found, you need to know where that coin was found, in what sort of environment was that coin found, and if you don't have that detail, then you just have a coin and you may not be totally 100% sure whether this coin is even genuine, because there are some people who make very clever replicas, and therefore there has to be some means of retaining that information as to where that coin was found. Now, a coin that has been found in an archaeological excavation, then you know exactly at what height below the ground that coin was found and where it was found. But majority of the items that we have with us are not actually discovered in archaeological excavations. I think
at more than 10 times the number are found accidentally in digging wells and whatever, or found in illegal activities such as treasure hunting. Now this is the problem that we have. The government has declared that every item that is found in the ground is property of the state. So if you find something in your ground, these are the antiquity treasure trove laws that were inherited from the British. So basically, if you find a coin, you can risk trying to keep it and risk the government coming and confiscating it from you because it is illegal to possess it because you found it in the ground. Or you can do something which is drastic, which is to melt it and get the gold and sell the gold. So unfortunately, large number of the coins that are gold and silver coins that are found in this country get destroyed because the finder has no safe way of using that find. So I told this and I tried to get the laws changed in this country, and a lawyer who was of the Archaeology Department who was drafting a new Antiquity Act said, "We'll make melting of coins illegal." And I just laughed and said, if that was his attitude, I knew I was a huge uphill task of actually trying to convince them to do something serious about changing the laws. So in Sri Lanka, it is on the other hand not illegal, I think same as in India, to possess an ancient coin with you. You can have it, there's no problem, it's not illegal to possess it. But it is illegal to hunt for coins. Things like metal detectors are banned in this country. And if you have a coin, you cannot take it out of this country, which is on the Antiquities law, which is good. But now, I have very often, somebody has come and I collect coins, and they come and provide me with material. Now, I have no idea where this coin came from. It may have come from an illegal dig, or it could have come from somebody's ancestral collection which has been handed down the generation. So I assume it is from the ancestral generation and I acquired, and the government also cannot tell me that it is otherwise because there is no total inventory of all the items in this country. Now if there was an inventory of every single coin and artifact which is belonging to in this country, then if there is anything else, anything new, then it has to have come from the ground and therefore it should belong to the state. So this was actually brought into law in 1988 where they brought the Antiquities Act, Cultural Antiquities Act, which said that every antiquity should be registered with the government. Unfortunately, after experimenting and implementing it in Matale district, they realized that it was totally impractical, and that was 1988 when they actually tried it. I'm sure it is practical now, but it has not been thing. And the next thing that you have when you get one item like this, and I have got quite a few like that, is that you don't know where it was found. They will not tell you where it was found because they are scared. And even if they tell you some story, your heart, you won't believe it because there is no way of verifying that fact. So you have very valuable coins which you don't know where it was found. So therefore, since you don't know, you cannot tell that it has come, so the laws need to be basically changed so that we can have a more proper way of doing this thing. So Asian countries have got these treasure trove laws from Britain. Britain, on the other hand, has realized that these things don't work, and they have changed their laws in England. We still have our old British laws with us. So I guess we are preserving antiquity far better than England. So they have basically changed their treasure trove laws, and they make it that the person who finds it has some, can claim some sort of ownership to the item. And they are laws, and from that they have created a database called fines.org.uk, in which all these items that are found using metal detectors are catalogued and reserved, and anybody in the whole world can actually search those catalogs and find out what coins have been found. So the new law, under the new law, all coins that are found using metal detectors have to be reported to the local coroner. I'm not sure why it's the local coroner, but that is the way that it is talked about in England. And the coin has to be made available to the British Museum. Even if I'm a collector, I cannot keep the coin without first offering it to the British Museum. And if the British Museum thinks this is extremely rare and of a national treasure, they can buy it at an estimated market value. And therefore, anything of value, of national importance, will go into the British Museum with the provenance as to where it was found, at what depth, because that information also has to be provided. And if it is not purchased by the British Museum or a few other museums which are also in the system, then the finder gets legal ownership with certain rules as to if it was found on government land, the government gets half of the value, and if it was found on somebody else's land, he gets it or whatever. So what has happened is that in that way, the national museums are enriched with these items, which otherwise would have been melted, and not only is the item available, but the full provenance of where it was found is also available. So that is what is needed in South Asia. So this is the fines.uk website online, and where you can go and search using keywords. It has about 1 million objects now, and in 18 years it has recorded about 1 million objects, 650,000 finds, 1 million objects, and half of those are coins. And half of the coins have actual image data as well. Normally it has the image, the weight, and all the other relevant information about it. And even if it has been returned to the finder and he has taken it away, it is that all that information is there. With geographic information, I can ask a question as to where Roman coins were found in England, and it will give me the distribution and where it was concentrated, more coins were found. So this is an extremely valuable database which is growing very rapidly over the last 18 years. And this is what we need for South Asia as well. So in current status of Sri Lanka, records are still kept on paper. Unfortunately, I was told that the archaeology department went and archived a lot of these items, and they have it all on paper, unfortunately, not on the computer. Collections are handed from one curator to another, and these curators cannot even identify the coin, so without images they can't cross-check that they are actually accepting the same coin that should be there. No digital database exists of any of the national archaeological museums, and basically without this information you cannot have the security and the digital integrity of numismatic collections cannot be ensured. And this is what I think the director of this museum said, that they were going in for scanning all the objects by 2016. I hope she changes her mind and starts it right now, because that's when it should be started. So this, I wanted to quickly show this. This is a gold Adakahawanu, one of the most rarest coins in our collection in this museum. Unfortunately, it was stolen in March of 2012 from the display cabinet. And not much publicity was actually given for the loss. It was like the Mona Lisa getting lost from the Louvre, and they're saying some paintings were lost without actually specifying that this coin was lost. It was underestimated, and finally when the robber was captured, he claimed that the coin had been melted by him. And I sort of wonder if we had given enough publicity of the fact that this was the most valuable item to have been stolen, then maybe that robber would have had second thoughts before putting it in the melting pot. I still don't, I'm not sure whether it was actually melted or whether that was a story. So maybe it will turn up in some collection abroad. But that's what we have, the current status here. So conservation is very important with coins, and documentation is needed before and after you do conservation, because you don't know what conservation might do to your coin. And let's say, I gave the next example is you can scan coins and get high resolution images. And a lot of people who see coins in museums think that they come out of the crown, nice and clean. This is a coin which I obtained from Huna about 10 years ago. And this is what it looked like when I was given it. And I sort of looked at it and I sort of said, okay, I think I know what that coin is, and I purchased it. And even though I was not sure what I will see, I did do some conservation of it, with a bit of learning, trial and error, and it was fabulous when I found that this was an elephant and swastika coin, which is what I thought it was. And I could see all these symbols, here the elephant here, the bow tree here, the child here, and the real swastika. So the four symbols, and this is a coin of Devanampiyat is supposed to have been a commemorative coin issued for the visit of Mahinda Thera from India. The four symbols associated with the Buddha's life. So that's conservation which is required. This is a collection of Dutch VOC coins from the Dutch Museum display. Dutch Museum in Peta. It's a fabulous little museum. If you have the opportunity to go and visit it, it's a bit difficult to find, but it's a fabulous little museum in a heritage building. I did this when I had to do a report on the coin collection in this museum. And when I went to scan, and I scanned this, the other side of the coins, that was what it was. It had been glued onto the display case, and when it had been taken out of the display case, it had all the red canvas, including, which said that they used very secure rubber glue to paste the coins onto the board. So this is the tragedy. These coins are extremely valuable. Some of those coins must be worth at least $1,000 or more. So this is unfortunately the current state of those coins. So this sort of conservation is hopefully not required, but unfortunately in this environment they are. The pictures I took 2.5 years ago, as far as I understand, the coins have not been conserved for 2.5 years, which is sad. It should have been done a long time ago. And I know of conservation that has been done. It's been done with people looking at the coin with the naked eye. And they use instruments which leave behind scratch marks on the coin if you look at it under magnification. And since they don't see those scratch marks with the naked eye, they don't think they have done any harm to the coin. So I have seen beautiful uncirculated coins with scratch marks on one side and the other side being okay. That's because they have not known how to think. And it's a simple problem to solve. You don't need to glue a coin to keep it on a slanted slope. You can just cut a hole in the board and drop the coin in, and it will stay there without slipping down to the bottom. Just for the sake of not cutting a hole, they put gum and paste it. So these are a few examples of ways of not to display coins. This was from a collection I got for 2 photographs I took in Thailand, where the coins are so far below the display, you cannot actually see any features on the coin. Even if you carry it around a magnifying glass, you can't magnify it because it is 6 or 8 inches below the front top surface. So this is not a way to display coins. But when you are displaying coins, you do have to ensure that the coin is close to the glass, that you can take a magnifying glass. And you can use, this is a display item of a photograph in Malaysian Coin Museum, where they had a magnifying glass which could be rolled or across the cabinet, and you had mirrors below it so that you could see the other side of the coin as well. So there are a lot of techniques that can be used to improve the way that coins are displayed. This is can be also a picture from, that was previously was from Thailand. This is from Malaysian Museum of, Central Bank Museum of Malaysia, Bank on Niagara Museum, where they had vertical panels to show all of their currency notes pulled out. You can pull each panel out from the rack and look at them. They had drawers to show coins. And this way, if you take this way, you can show a lot of material which you cannot show in a room, because this is very compact form of displaying lots of currency and lots of coins, so that you can show more than you can show in cabinets or single display room. So this was fairly efficient display of material. And I thought this was in Thailand. You could even step into the picture. They were showing how yak money, how the big things, and you could even make it a photo opportunity and move into the picture. Another thing you can, this is a picture of a currency note issued in 1885 in Sri Lanka when we first issued government currency. You can see the watermarks behind, and that's something that is worthwhile showing in a display of currency, because you just look at the face of the currency everybody has seen, but looking at the watermarks is quite interesting. And it's quite interesting, this is the watermark of an 1885 currency note, which has the elephant and the Dagobah, which is a symbol which was going to be the national symbol, but for some reason it didn't become that. And this is of another currency note from the 1940s. So you can want to display modern currency. Nobody is interested in seeing the modern currency, because modern currency everybody has seen and used. But if you display it in ultraviolet light, then you see a completely different currency note than what you see now. And therefore, that is fabulous. So trying to summarize, the museums should be on the internet, and am I taking too much? Okay, that's the intro today. So we want to use museums to be put on the internet, a global platform to provide remote access to museums. And the British Museum is there. They have put a huge amount of objects online. And this was mentioned yesterday that all of the Indian museums are going online with this announcement of 10 museums going online. And I looked it up this morning, and I found there were 7 Portuguese coins listed in that catalog, and it was easy to find and see the details of the coins. So that's a fabulous resource. Thank you for talking about it yesterday. So I think there are standard software to put all this stuff online. It's that collectiveaccess.org gives a generalized system to put online, and I think I will end with that. Saying just providing access to data is insufficient to satisfy the goals of public education. Museums need to be offer enriched value-added content so as to archive better quality services. They need to exceed their physical limits and adopt new technologies to enhance their role in a changing cultural landscape. And with that, I will end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karan Ranatunga, for presenting your paper on numismatics. Sri Ranatunga, Ratnatunga actually covered all the aspects of numismatic collections in the Victoria. And he criticized with his criticism on the way of island way of displaying coins, and they appreciated the effort by Malaysian way of stopping and display of coins was appreciated. I think we must, this is a fact. So we must learn some
And now I am inviting Professor S. Ghosh from India to present his paper on the three-dimensional reconstruction and analysis of an ancient Buddhist monastery in India, a museum story. Mr. Professor S. Ghosh. And I would request the Mr. S. Ghosh to also let us know about the field in which he is working.
Can I request, would you be kind enough to read a short background? Yeah. Can you read introductory notes about me? It's silly for me to read about myself.
Professor Satyajit Ghosh is currently Senior Professor at the School of Mechanical and Building Sciences, VIT University in Milan. He is also a member of the School of Art and Design, University of Leeds, UK. Previously, he had worked at the University of Cambridge on environmental fluid dynamics. He teaches and researches on the genetic fields of energy in the built environment. His papers have been published by the Royal Society of Great Britain and other leading scientific journals across the world. CNN International and the BBC also covered stories on his research. His team at VIT has worked on numerous innovative applications such as the development of rain stimulators or rain star districts of India and adjustable agricultural sprays to minimize spray drift. He was recognized with the prestigious Atmospheric Science Theatre Editor's Award by the Royal Meteorological Society of Great Britain in 2012. His most recent research on a unique cyclone alerting system received worldwide publicity, and the story was picked up by the international media.
Thank you, sir, for that introduction. I would like to thank Dr. Garg and Ms. Apsara. Without them, I wouldn't be here. And my student, Mr. Tushar Agarwal, will do a little bit of my talk, with your permission. So, without much ado, I'll start my lecture. I'll begin with a quotation which I read this morning, and that very nicely sums up what is a nation's responsibility towards museum building. And the quotation is, "A nation writes its autobiography in the antiquarian remains, and museums preserve them for posterity." So that sums up. This is a European quote and this is an English translation. So we'll be talking about Ratnagiri University. I wish the members from Orissa were here. I would have got their feedback. This is a Buddhist monastery which is about 2,000 years ago and existed between the 5th and the 13th century. Now, drawing on to Dr. Soni's lecture, I don't know if he's here, he was talking about cultural sustainability, and in our lecture I'll touch upon how that university was sustainable for 800 years when the primary sources of energy that they had was only the sunlight and energy from the wind and fuel wood and oil. So the excavations started in 1958 and went on 1961, and you can see that this university was founded on top of a hillock. And last night we were shown the relics of Lord Buddha, Buddha's hair, and interestingly, Buddhist relics were also enshrined here in Ratnagiri. So this is a close-up, and this is what it looked like when the excavations were on. So now what is most interesting is, can I have a laser pointer please? So what is interesting is this quadrangular feature that you observe, and it was a very compact university. So that is Ratnagiri University, and we notice that this feature of a central courtyard has been repeated across many cultures in the world. I mean, a lot of these European universities have that central feature, Nalanda have that central feature. So the purpose of this presentation is, starting with what we see today, can we reconstruct what it looked like earlier? So this is what it looked like after the excavations were rendered for public view, and now we will show you a bit more about what the Archaeological Survey of India did. What characterizes this university is this ornate gate called the Jade Gate. This is made out of candlelight, and you can see idioms of Orison architecture as early as 2000 years ago, with this highly chiseled and sculpted facade, possibly to enable the rituals of royalty and the pomps and splendor associated with ceremonies, that we have such an ornate gateway. Next. So the legacy of Ratnagiri, as I said, it's tried for 8 centuries sustainably, and we have much to learn from why it survived the way it did survive. Next. So it was perched on top of a hillock, and that gave it an advantage. We know that when kites do not fly, a little boy climbs up top of the roof and lets up the kite and the wind takes over. That example points to the fact that the wind speeds are higher above than on the ground, and it makes sense that without artificial ventilation, the heating, ventilation and air conditioning, the mounts have to be comfortable, and it makes sense that it was done on a hilltop. And what you notice is the building fabric, the materials of construction that was used. There was a lot of stone that is used, and you can also see standard dimension bricks that made up the building fabric. Next. So here you can see a stone facade, and inside we have bricks. Now these building fabrics have different material properties. Their thermal transmittivity, or the U value in technical parlance, varies. So they're using composite materials to achieve thermal comfort, and we will show how that was achieved. So this is what we have said. They have composite building fabrics, and the layout is a quadrangle. Next. So this gate is made out of candlelight, and it looks exactly like this. If you went there today, you would see it like this. Now, as you enter this ornate jade gate, you see the Buddha statue. Obviously, this was a Buddhist monastery, and that was the piece de resistance for this exquisite university. Next. So the implications of our work. So this forms part of a session that deals with applications and technology. So we will demonstrate how a remotely sensed image, which we have got through various sources, can be reconstructed into foundations, walls and voids. And then we will try and provide an accurate reconstruction as it was in the past days. We've done a documentary for SAARC just to show how that can be done. And then interestingly, our heritage structures in the SAARC countries are along the tropical belt, where the ravages of nature leaves an imprint that is often indelible, and we have to reverse that. That we want to provide the effect of wind-blown dust particles onto heritage sites, and how this wind-blown dust obliterates sculpture. Detailing that will be talked about by my student, Mr. Tushar Agarwal, who will show you mechanical engineering simulations to address that issue. And then we will quantify quantify the levels of thermal comfort, and here's where sustainability comes, that we will show why the university survived the way it did. So for that, we have to, again, we get a little technical, we have to adopt tiers of downscaling. We saw that the monastery was first atop a hill, so obviously the thermal comfort inside the buildings required a detailed knowledge of the large-scale wind patterns. And obviously Orissa is a state in India which is dominated by the monsoons, the southwest monsoons, unlike Sri Lanka and parts of Tamil Nadu where we have the winter monsoon and the summer monsoon. And so the seasons are very clearly delineated here, and so we will need first a large-scale approach, how the dominant winds through the monastery, then we will downscale it to a city scale, what was happening in that valley, then we will downscale it to the building scale, what was happening in the courtyard, and finally we will show you wind flow patterns inside the monks' living quarters. Next. So that's the starting point, a Google Earth image of the Ratnagiri monastery as it stands today. And this is a reconstructed image from an environmental incidentally NV was developed by my colleague at Cambridge when we were together. And he is from Sri Lanka, Dr. Harindra Fernando. He is here when the tsunami happened, both of us worked. So that is Harindra's creation, which is an environmental software that details the amount of trees and the shrubs. Obviously these are affecting the flow of the winds as it is entering the jade gate and is meandering through the monk cells. Next. So this is, after we run the software, and if you like, Tushar and I can show it, give a hands-on demonstration of how to do these for heritage reconstruction sites. This is done. This is perhaps the first application anywhere in the world. So we can see that the longer the wind vectors, the higher the wind speeds. So roughly we know what the winds were like here inside and outside. And that brings us to the next issue, was the orientation right? I mean, over lunch we were discussing the intuitive knowledge that the SAARC countries have, something called the Vastu Shastra and a separation of the superstitions from scientific theory. This is another example where is that structure rightly aligned to capture sunlight properly and the winds properly. Next. So here, with that software, we were able to find out seasonally what the winds looked like with and without vegetation. That this has helped the government that we cut down trees around heritage sites and messing around with the play of the winds. Next. So in order to do an architectural reconstruction, we labeled, so that's the jade gate, and this is planet D and planet A, B, C, and D. And we will focus attention on room number 20, which is the largest room, where we show you how comfortable that room was in that space. Next. So this is where we will. So now I'll just quickly flash. This is how the interface between engineering and museum development comes in, because wind is a viscous fluid that is flowing over a surface and it is encountering obstructions. So we roughly know in technical parlance these effects, the wind flow characteristics, where flow separation is happening, where edge effects are happening, wind flow in the courtyards, and then we mark out the various seasons, and roughly so the tenets of engineering that was touched upon is basically fluid mechanics and heat and mass transfer. So yesterday we were discussing about combining elements of education into museum stories. This is one example where Tushar did this course with me called Energy in the Built Environment, and I thought it would be a very nice thing that rather than teach the course in a theoretical way, they worked on this theme and then studied all these effects that cover the entire syllabus. So we found out that the rooms of Plan B are best ventilated over the summer, but interestingly, Plan A should apply significance. You would think that Plan B is plan gone opposite, the JK. This would be the best set of rooms there all the year round. But only after a detailed analysis, we found that not during the monsoons, which is significant, it is 3 months. It's Plan A which is best ventilated. Next. So then we look at building scales. From that we reconstruct. This is using Autodesk, EcoDeck, and we knew that the Ratnagiri Monastery complex was double storied. Next. So this is to tell you how the daylighting, that's the sun, and modern software will tell us what parts of the room will be covered by shadow. And you can see that this has a dial and a variation which we know. Next. Can I have a little bit of extra time, please? And this is showing you diffuse radiation inside the building. Next. I think we skip these because I started a little late and I'd like to continue. Yeah. So this is to show you how computational fluid dynamics was used to find out the distribution of wind velocity. You can see trailing vortices. Roughly, we can know where it's windy and where it's not windy. Now, I'll tell you why this is essential. We talked about son and lumiere, sound and light shows. I've seen some marvelous ones in India, and if we were to develop son and lumiere shows, this would tell us, will give us a foreknowledge where we should have nuance lighting and where we should not place sources of sound. Next. So this is what the reconstructed double-story monastery looks like. Next. I think we will do the film now. We did a little film and then we will take over. Skip that, I don't think we have time for that. So this is the reconstruction. What we will show you is what it looked like after the excavations and what it must have looked like 2,000 years ago. We have done it through only computational fluid dynamics. This is about 3 minutes long. Thank you. It's not over yet. will tell you about the effects of minimum dust and how to do that. I run the site too.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh, for giving such an educative and now
It hasn't finished.
just type this left.
We have done in 18 minutes.
Respected guests present over here, dignitaries on dais. As a student yesterday, I emphasized upon how engineering applications have helped me bridge the gap between archaeology and the things that I study. Well, to go further with what Dr. Sonu said yesterday about cultural sustainability, and he's mentioned the 4 pillars of cultural sustainability. Basically, sustenance has 4 main pillars, and one of them, 2 of them, one is environment, social, economic, and then culture. So when we come to the environment and the cultural part, that's what we're emphasizing on this paper. Being on the tropical belt, the SAARC nations have numerous artifacts which are today under threat from obliteration because of the environmental impacts. Environmental impacts caused by us, environmental impacts caused by nature itself. Dust particles are a major threat. They tend to blow away with the wind. Though the heavier dust particles settle down at an earlier stage, the lighter dust particles tend to fly over a longer range, and as a result go and get lodged in between these sculptings and depths of the facades mentioned in the monastery, which tend to obliterate the design, the way it was constructed, the beauty of this construction. So to determine the amount of dust that is being accumulated inside these monasteries, inside these sculptings, we went a step ahead to determine the depths of the sculptures through a novel method. I'll quickly brush through it. It's been mentioned in the paper, you can definitely look at it. Basically, we would take Adobe Photoshop, a simple software, and trigonometry to get to know the depths. This has not been done before. It's a really novel method. Instead of using basic depth analysis from other important and difficult software, we've used simple software. And this has been explained in the paper, so since we have to move forward, basically these are the 4 sculptures we analyzed depths for around the Jade Monastery, and the values for the depths that we obtained are as such. The actual depth was 27, and length per pixel, if you go to the paper, you'll understand what length per pixel is 0.33. Based on all these carvings shown, we found the depths, which turned out to be plus or minus 2 centimeters in accuracy. Based on these depths, we did the dimensional reconstruction as I was already showcasing, and then we moved forward looking at the area of monastery. We did a dust particle projection or trajectory of the wind-blown dust particles, and as you can see, this is the exact trajectory of the wind-blown dust particles. I'll just play this simulation. You'll be able to see the trajectory of the way dust particles flow around the monastery right now. As you can see, the smaller particles are moving away from the monastery, where the larger particles get embedded inside the monastery, and they go and affect the northeast corner of both the Jade entrance and towards the rectangular quadrangular area. And that is the region which is being affected by these dust particles, and the sculptings are getting obliterated because of that. So basically we did a particle demonstration of how much particle is getting accumulated per year, and since the monastery is right now at 61 years, at less than 1 millimeter per year accumulation of dust particles, we determined that based on this diagram, or at the Jade gate there would be approximately 50 millimeters of dust particle accumulated within the carvings. Just imagine an obliteration, the level of obliteration found on these carvings, and the way the beauty of these carvings are being diminished day by day. So this can be prevented because of today's measures, where we know pre-forecasting, where we know that yes, there's going to be a sandstorm. Today we can move forward and we can protect these monastic complexes, be any architectural form, architectural construction present in the world, with either a covering or anything that you could provide by the government organization, and thus prevent such obliteration of the monastic site.
Dr. Ghosh will end with one small paragraph.
So basically, we have shown how modern engineering can reconstruct the past in telling details. And I've written a book which is called the Ratnagiri University, which I thought SAARC would be a nice place to launch the book. And I have only 5 copies there. They're all sold abroad in America and England, and I'm going to England next week. So and the money will go to for geriatric care, and it's only about 300 rupees to buy. I'll end with why a meeting like this is necessary and why technology can help enhance a music experience, and I'll read from the book. Likewise, a Sonia Lumiere show has modulated lighting. Lights are dimmed and brightened to heighten special effects. These shows are usually done when the sun has set. If one were to replicate the midday languor of Ratnagiri Monastery, the optimal daylight levels proxying noontime glare can be modelled with ease in a manner just described. Likewise, if we were to hear the footfalls of time along the far corridors of the beyond, we would have to have an equally scintillating soundscape. The audience must be regaled and enthralled by the enchantment of the ringing bells and must revel in the richly cadenced chanting as they enjoy the Sonia Lumiere. The presence of the mean flow and its interaction with the eddies would determine in which directions the notes would flow, where the bass and soprano chords would separate, where the clang of the cymbals would most startle, and where eyelids would close with the most feather-like touch of distant sound. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh and Mr. Tushar, for giving and presenting such a valuable paper before us. And now I request Mr. Abhishek Gueza from India to present his paper on the role of mobile technology in creating realistic, cost-effective audiovisual experiences for museum goers. Sri Abhishek Gueza from India. I request Mr. Gueza to also let us know about the field in which he is working.
Good afternoon everyone, my name is Abhishek, I am from New Delhi in India. I thank the SAARC Cultural Center for having me over and Dr. Sanjay Garg as well. I am personally not involved with any museum per se, except for being a user. I take my son to a few museums because he likes them, especially the railway museum. But it's interesting, to be a part of a discussion here where people have spoken effectively about museums and the challenges that they face. So I'm essentially not from that background, but I would attempt to take you guys to a little stuff on technology and especially mobile technology and how quickly that is changing the periphery of all businesses, let alone museums. Any business today, let me tell you, not for a very long time will be able to survive if it does not have a mobile strategy in place. So while many of us, I do that for a living, I make mobile apps, but for many of you who are not initiated into the field of mobility, which is over and above just making calls and SMSs, it's like a tsunami. It's not a great word to use, we suffered in India as well, but it is something which is going to hit us really badly if we're not prepared for it as a business or as a research center or as a cultural center, because the power of mobility will undermine every other physical aspect that your work currently deals with, because it really is huge. It can take you places. So I would like to begin with that. So I obviously can't expand on museums and what museums mean because you guys run museums. But according to me, what I derive from museum is a cultural experience that touches me emotionally. That is why I go back to certain museums and I continue to do that, and I will do it because it makes me happy. Challenges many of you have spoken about. As a visitor, these are the challenges I can look at. Funding and staffing is something that technology cannot help you with. But all of the other areas that you see here, be it sustainability, I'm talking about economic, environmental sustainability, lack of technology know-how. Many of you haven't dealt with technology in a very personal way, so it's very difficult to suddenly adapt to it. And the speed of response. We see documents and stuff not being updated for months or years. So that kind of undermines the entire purpose for which you're running a museum. Engaging younger generations. It's extremely critical that we all make youngsters mouthpieces for our organizations. Because if you do that, they will do the social marketing for you, they'll do the word of mouth for you, they'll do the technology for you. It's important that you engage with them if you cannot directly do technology yourself. The problem I feel is when I go to museums, there are no experts who talk to me. That is a big negative at museums. That might be related to staffing needs, but I think it's an essential element for a museum, which I think if a museum is open for 7 to 8 hours, I'm sure a couple of experts can be made available, take us through things that happen. And I think museums need to become, convert from being gatekeepers of information to be able to send out knowledge and information, which currently I think they're not doing. So, what do museums do currently? I'm purely talking about the communications perspective. You set up information kiosks, you do brochures, you make audio-visual presentations, you have guides on board. So these are the kinds of things that you do to currently talk to people who come in. But what are the problems with these current setup? It's expensive. It can be time-consuming to every time print brochures, every time you do something new. So as Dr. Garg was talking yesterday, if a museum has to surprise you every 15 days, you won't be printing brochures every 15 days. It doesn't work for cost, it doesn't work for time, all those factors. And it demands, all these things demand maintenance, which are recurring in nature. Recurring means cost, recurring means time. So what can work for museums and visitors? A common ground. Let's have cost-effective solutions. They should be non-cumbersome. You should not have big panels which you find difficult to move around. If you want to make a museum dynamic, you can't really have a huge machinery which you have to turn around and move around. The content is extremely important. You should have fresh content every time you have something new in the museum, or a different perspective that you employ as a refresher policy for your museum. Because how do you get the same user back again? So it's important getting back again. A museum, most of them are pretty large. They have a large number of exhibits. I'm talking about the 20% which are on display. Those are quite a lot. And they have a story to tell. So if I do not tell a story every time, the display purpose is really not effective. And we live in a very dynamic world. In India, if you have a museum in Delhi, it doesn't work if you have information in just English and Hindi. You have people walking in from all parts of the states. You have people coming in from abroad. You have a lot of Spanish, French, Russian. Everybody just lots of visitors, and that holds true for all your SAARC countries. You have visitors from all across. So why limit to language which is just prevalent in your country? So technology again can help you with that. And interactivity. So when you talk to people or you're trying to tell them a story, you need to hear back from them as well. And technology is the solution for that. It allows you to hear back from your audience as well. So mobility. In one simple line, I've tried to define mobility for a layman, which says it's to simplify an existing job using your mobile device without being hindered by time, cost, and place constraints. That's what a mobile is supposed to do for you. So just if I take a little poll, how many of you have a mobile handset? If we just do a show of hands, how many of you have a mobile phone? nothing to be ashamed of, it's a proud thing. So everybody. So now just quickly think that if all of us have mobile phones, is your museum giving them anything on the phone? It's a question for you guys to answer. You're not giving them anything on the phone. It's great that we have moved to archiving and digitizing on the platform which is the internet. But let me tell you a very interesting figure. By 2017, 80% of your internet traffic is going to come from a mobile device and not from a contemporary laptop. So what we, in our language, we call these people as internet virgins. They have never browsed the internet. The first ever brush with the internet will be through a mobile phone. So are you ready to be on the mobile phone with your content offerings? If you're not, you're going to lose that 60% of the audience, which is going to soon become 80% by 2021. You will lose that entire audience because you're not ready for them. So I picked up this interesting quotation yesterday from Richard Branson. I'm sure all of you know who he is. There's a bit of an irony about this, but he says, I love the freedom of movement that my phone gives me. That has definitely transformed my life. So while he speaks from a business perspective, the freedom of movement that my phone gives me, that means I always have a phone with me, I'm tied to it. So it's not really freedom, I'm kind of constantly engaging with my phone, which is what most of us do. And telling you about a very important figure about the age bracket which deals with mobile, which begins 15 onwards, which is a lot of usage on phone. These guys spend anywhere between 30 to 40% of their awake time on the phone. So just tells you how quickly you need to be on the mobile phone. Otherwise, your business, your outlet doesn't stand a chance. So this is a figure from last year, end of last year. So we don't have figures from 2014 yet. Can anybody guess what this number is? It's not population, no. 2013. Not mobile users, but these are mobile phones sold end of last year. Are you targeting any of the 1.8 billion that are here? That's a huge audience. So if you have a museum in Thimphu or in Dhaka, are you talking to any of these guys? I don't think you are. That's my point is not to offend anybody, but the need to quickly adapt to mobility, to reach the ever-growing audience, the ever-shifting audience. I'll give you an interesting figure from newspapers in India last year. Most of the newspapers, the bigger newspapers, are now online in India. Almost all of them are. But 60% of their readers last year moved to reading their news on the mobile phone. So last year, the newspapers which were not on the mobile phone, which is through apps, they lost that reading audience because this audience was reading their news in cars, in trains, in buses. So people are on the move with your lifestyle. You really don't have much time to sit in one place and do all the reading. So how do you ensure the reading? Put it on the mobile. As simple as that. Very important data for all of you. Look at this. Just look at the growth and look at where we see in 2017. This is social networking. I'm talking about your pure Facebook, Google, Twitter. People have graduated to Facebook, which is still alien to a lot of people. But look at this. Look at this. I can't even. It's billions of people who are on Facebook. So forget being being on the internet or getting a website for yourself. Just create a Facebook page for yourself and you can start talking to these number of people. It's as simple as that. And a Facebook page is free. Apps. How many of you use Facebook here on the phone? So these are the guys who are using Facebook. This is pure mobile. Facebook is a mobile app. Now look at how rapidly mobile app numbers are growing. So this number is in millions. I can't even decipher this number in common language. It's a huge number that is getting downloaded as apps. Do you have an app yet? So this scale, look at where you are, Asia, and emerging markets. Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, China, all of us are emerging markets. Distribution of mobile phone users worldwide. you are already 15%, that is 1/6 of the mobile audience. Again, another reason, a push that you should be on the mobile platform. Now, this is in relation to the population, your population, the Asian population, as a subcontinent, as how many of us are, what is the penetration? So if you look at this, 2014, 40% of our population is on the mobile. That's a huge number of it. These you see are mature markets. Latin America for mobility is a very mature market. So this is, and it's an ever-growing curve. It's just going up. So I'll quickly take you through what forms of mobility currently prevail across us. One is, of course, apps, as I said, Facebook. Your museum can have an app which tells you download the app, it tells you about where it is, put on the map. You can display your exhibits, information, text, audio, video, anything that you have, you can put it on the app and it will be available to a user worldwide. Then it's mobile web. It's an easier transformation for most of you to make, that you currently have a website, you get it adapted to a mobile version. I was looking at your website, the Bangladesh website that you mentioned in the morning. I cannot read it on the phone. So you've lost an audience there. I'm just giving you an example. I couldn't read it on the phone and I do not have the time to open a laptop here. Portable hardware. Portable hardware is, I'll quickly take you through it. There's a little box here which I am carrying on the table that you see here. That's a little box. I will talk about it as well. I'm just showing you right now. Just a little box lying there. That is an example of portable hardware. Wearables. I don't know if any of you have about Google Glass. Now, Google Glass is something that you wear like your glasses, and it shows information on your glasses without the other person being able to see it. And you can talk to it, you can give it command. It is not. It's not a dream. It's already happening. Countries like US and in UK are using it for their businesses already. For stock taking, some companies in Europe are doing this for stock taking. They wear the Google Glass, go to that, go down, and the person who's otherwise manually counting the pieces is doing that through his Google Glass and getting registered, on the back end as well. Other wearables, the big thing are your watches. Now you soon will get watches which can monitor your BP, your heart rate, your pulse rate, everything. So wearables are the next big thing as well. And portable technology is something like Bluetooth, which many of you must have used to transfer some songs from one phone to the other. So Bluetooth is a low range device, but it's very effective. It's a free technology. So that is an example of portable tech. So my quick list for museums who are already not there or do not have a check mark against certain items there, get onto social media. Get a Facebook page now. You can do it in 3 minutes if you really want to. Get a Twitter handle. People want to talk to you. They really want to talk to you, and they have no time. The only way they will speak to you is through social media. So get a page. It's free. Get a website. Many of you have a website, and I said get a mobile site. Adapt it to mobile, and it will work great. People will be very happy. They'll thank you. Get an app. I mentioned about the importance of the app. Our Prime Minister also, thankfully he has a great vision for technology and digital use, which going ahead will only help our country. And all our businesses, look at the private sector, 40% of businesses that deal with consumers, these are B2Cs, in India have a mobile engagement strategy in place already. So that means they're talking to their users through apps. Apps can give feedback. So you don't like a product, you take a picture of that and go directly to the bosses there. That is how effective this is. And employ smart hardware. You can put big LCDs and LEDs, but you can't really move them once you have them. So important thing is, what is the smartest hardware that is around you? Which I think during the keynote yesterday also mentioned. And we mentioned today as well, is bring your own device. BYOD is the keyword for developing countries. A user loves his mobile phone. So if you want to give him another device, a book, a brochure, he's not going to take it, he's going to trash it. You have to make him do things on his mobile phone and he immediately take it. Because he does not. How many times of the day do you keep your phone away from you? You can't. You just have to see it, you put it in your pocket, you suddenly worry where it is. That's the power of the phone, and that is what already is there. So you just have to get onto it. Just a quick, I spoke about Bluetooth. So there is something very interesting which museums can use. It's a very cost-effective solution, doesn't cost much. It's called beacons. It's an open source Bluetooth technology. If you see these things, these are little devices which are just pasted below exhibits, if you see this. Now this works on Bluetooth. These are pre-programmed. You put on the Bluetooth on your phone and you're walking in this hall. For example, if I put one near the India flag, the moment you near it, it will send information to your phone about the India flag automatically, discover it because there is a tag on it. It will identify the thing on your phone and it will send it to you. That is how effective it is. So you put it under artifacts, put it next to a certain coin collection and ask the user, put posters saying just switch on your Bluetooth when you want to go in. And you go in and immediately keeps telling you all the information that you want to tell you. You don't need a guide, you do not need displays, you do not need LEDs, LCD TVs. So look at it as a great cost saving measure as well. And it's great. And where are you doing it? On the phone. Whose phone? The consumer's phone. And he'll always have a phone. Quickly just on this device. This device is something that we made and I thought it would be great to talk about it. I was here in August in Sri Lanka, with this device for a couple of businesses. But it has a great, I was thinking the technology is great use for something like a museum or a closed door environment if I say I have put it on here. So any of you who have a smartphone, if you put on your Wi-Fi now, you will see a network called SAARC. If you connect to it, this box is already on. That's it, that box is connected with this 5 volts of power which I put next to it. It does not need a server, it does not need anything in it. It needs a TV screen which is your phone. So I have saved it in every manner in terms of cost and given you just a little box which you can use. So imagine I have it here. Now you're in the SAARC conference and you see a network called SAARC. You connect to it and then just launch any browser on your phone, Google Chrome or Firefox, whatever you have. If you launch the browser, now just enter saarc.com on it and enter. Have you been able to do it? I'm okay to also do a little demonstration once this is done. I have to show it to you once and it's just very easy after that. Did you get it? Yeah. Did a site open? So now a site has opened about this particular event and if you go into any of the tabs, there is audio, video, PDF documents, PowerPoint presentation in it, which is your phone is pulling from this box and there is no internet. Your phone does not require an internet, so you do not need to set up a server, you do not need anything. That box holds 1 terabyte of data. For anybody who knows basic computer language, that's a lot of space. That means roughly 300 movies, that much space. So that amount of data you can put in this box. And it can be any media format and it goes to your phone without internet. So you have a museum somewhere in the back of beyond where there is no network connectivity, no 3G, 2G, forget all that. You don't need it. So it's just an example of technology being able to translate it. So you can watch while you're sitting here, you can watch the SAARC videos. I'll put some example, dummy examples on it. You can just watch them. You're not using any internet, you don't need internet. That box is creating a local Wi-Fi zone here. So just a quick thing. So technology, let's not talk about this example. Technology is green. Mobility is extremely green as technology. You do not, you're saving on paper, you're saving a lot of paper. You don't need to use paper. It's extremely low cost. From your traditional mediums of big machinery, it's very low cost. It's a great space saver. If I put this box under the table, you can't see it. Yeah, so that's a SAARC video playing. It's portable. I can pick it up and put it anywhere. So you can have one in every hall, and it only talks about exhibits of that particular hall. And everybody has a phone. So you eliminate guides, you eliminate brochures, you eliminate everything. So you don't, as I mentioned, you don't need servers. you can refresh content on this as you refresh content in your museum or in your outlet. It uses the visitor's phone, which is something that he loves. That's why I put it in bold. There is no internet needed on either side, and you can give the museum experience to the visitor to take home. You know, you've shown him some great coins there, while I go on in a regular museum and see it. But can I take it home? No, camera is not allowed inside. Okay, fair, camera is still not allowed. But the museum has put some pictures inside the box. Take the pictures, take them home, show it to your kids. Share it on WhatsApp, share it on Facebook. Nothing stops you. You know, so that is how you will engage with your audience and be able to grow it, and that is the role technology will play. Just a simple few facts that I'm going to end with, which all of you probably have a good laugh about and relate to. The average user reaches for their phone at 7:31 a.m. in the morning. That's a worldwide average. Yeah, you look at your phone at around that time. You check your email and Facebook before you get out of bed. That's an embarrassing reality about India already. But you know, and I see Sri Lanka going down that route as well. It doesn't have to be bad, but the point is you cannot stay away from phones. Bangladesh is a very active mobile market, and I know of that. Nepal is a very active market, and so is Pakistan. You know, so that's what you do. These are your habits, and so you obviously can't change these habits because mobile is very important for you as an individual. So you just have to ride on it. Great stack for all of you. We pick up our phones 1,500 times a week on an average. That is how much you are looking at that phone. So if you are looking at that phone, you have to give him something on the phone. There. Average owners use their phone 3 hours and 16 minutes in a day. So a lot of that average is made up by users like me, because I'm always on my phone. It's my work. Plus I love to be on Facebook and Twitter, but that's what it is. That's what the international average is currently. And almost 4 in 10 users feel threatened if their phone is not around them. I mean, answer it to yourself. If you don't find your phone, how panicky do you get? You know, so that's the importance of a mobile device in your life. Thank you. If there are any questions, happy to take them after. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek Gureja. The role of mobile presentation is the role of mobile technology. And I feel with the presentation of Mr. Abhishek Gureja, the objective of SAARC Culture Center, at least with reference to this digital era in museum management, is complete, not with respect to time, but in real sense, because here we are generally museum professionals were presenting their data, but from the consumer's point of view, we came to know what are the difficulties a visitor in the museum face and what are their expectations from the museum's art. So I think our key presentation on this museum management and modern technology, Dr. Ratnatundra has presented his paper very critically on creating museum numismatic collections in the digital area, with a specific reference to how to showcase the science and what are the laws and what this laws actually where these laws we want amendment the law for the lawmakers, for the persons in the respective country. I think we will be able to incorporate the suggestions made by Mr. Dr. Ratnatundra, and we are thankful to Mr. Professor Ghosh also, and it is esteemed Tushar, who actually presented his paper with a specific blending of architectural engineering and mechanical engineering with this museum development of museum. So this is also a very, will become a very fruitful and learning paper for generations to come, because this will lay foundation for the other students in this civil engineering, architecture engineering, mechanical engineering to go for this area. And heartiest thanks from that to Abhishek Gureza for actually giving us a feedback from the viewpoint of visitor in the museum. And by the way, one thing I have actually forgot to add in the paper when I presented, when Mr. Gureza was presenting the paper. So I found that I must here let you all know the government of India has also actually has launched a mobile application named Sanskriti. The Sanskriti is a mobile application to view cultural events of India. The main categories of events that can be viewed are they have given on music, dance, exhibitions, film shows, literature, lecture, and programs for children. When you see the Sanskriti, apply this mobile app, so you will find all the sub-activities under this, all the nine categories. You will find what are the museums, where the exhibitions are, what is the time. So I think Mr. Abhishek Gureza's education has been, to a certain extent, has been taken care of by the government of India, and other museums in South Asian regions will also apply the same technology for their museums. Thank you very much. And now I invite the end of the presentation. Now I invite a few to ask questions on the respective presentations. Only 5 minutes are there.
One short question from Dr. Kavan, because you had done an investigation about the museum collection in Colombo National Museum. Do you have any rough idea of the number of coins we have in our museum?
I told that it's about 80,000 coins which are in the collection, but maybe about 5,000-10,000 of them are valuable enough that they should be digitized. And that's what I recommended. I hope the museum will decide to do it now rather than wait till 2016 to start digitizing their collection, because the integrity of the collection may not survive for long if they're doing now.
Just one thought. We are becoming so dependent on our mobile equipment. What if some calamity happens? Worldwide, the mobile apps fail. What would happen to humanity?
I think technology will maybe build another solution to counter that. I currently don't see that happening. But if something happens to the world that we're not there, I don't think we need mobiles in any. So, I don't know if it's a hypothetical question, but
I don't think it's hypothetical. I want to just say that there was an event in 1859 which was called the Carrington effect. It's a solar storm that hit the Earth, and if a similar event was to happen today, the cost has been estimated as $3 trillion. It will be far worse than a tsunami, and it's all the electronic breakdown of our whole structure. And estimated now to be 3. It happens about once in 150, 200 years. So it happened last in 1859. Hopefully we are okay. We escaped one around 2012 by about 6 hours. We were not pointed at the sun at the time.
I may add that possibly, I mean, if human civilization is destroyed, and if aliens were to come and colonize our planet, they will look at our mobile phones and the data that is still here to reconstruct the Earth civilization as it is.
Now, right now you're displaying coin, displaying mobile phone. That's what will happen.
Yeah.
Just to offer my thanks to all presenters. Very enlightening. I have millions of questions actually. We have no time, so what to do? So I really enjoy the mobile, the technology, the mobile, what how we can use. I found myself that when I look at the presentations of Abhishek, I found myself, I belong to Stone Age. So, very primitive, very Stone Age, but I'm holding the stone over this mobile. I could not really locate where. So, but how, because the mobile user, the musicians you are talking about, our audience, how we are going to lose if we are not really update ourselves. But what about that? I think only educated people can access. What about the farmers? What are the monks? Like me, very stupid monks coming from the Himalaya. How we can access if we are interested in artifacts in the museums? How you are going to provide?
I'll be loud enough. So let me clarify before
he said anything. He's a monk with an iPhone. So that answers your question. So he already has an iPhone. I just need to tell him how to use it. So one problem is solved. No, so let me give you some data from India. Already 30% of the mobile traffic, mobile internet traffic comes from our rural areas where people can't read. But they play music, they watch movies, they understand symbols. So pictures is the best way to make people understand anything you want. You just want to a display. How do you do display for an exit sign? It just says an arrow. Or no parking with a cross. That's what you need to employ. It's basic sign language, which is not held ransom to by language. You know, so just use pictorial representations are most fabulous. They break barriers, they break languages. You do not need anyone to understand those. So just use those. And as I told you, we are equally fascinated by the number of users we are getting from rural India. That's why the government is suddenly going to rural India, because we are seeing more from them. They are the ones who are deprived. And as I spoke about people who are going to use internet for the first time, they are the ones who are using it from their phone for the first time. They don't have a laptop. They never had a PC that I had 15 years ago. So what is their first source of the internet? The phone. And so it completely depends on how you customize your content to them. They don't underestimate the people who are not read. They're very clever. They have made their careers, they're farmers, peasants, whoever. They have their ways of going about things and making it work. We just have to adapt to them, be able to give it to them the way they want. And it's very easy, it's not any difficult. That's why technology is not limited. That's what I mean by technology being all pervasive. It's everywhere. You can actually talk about your museum the moment you're on any of those platforms. You will have more visitors who would have read about, imagine people having read about the National Museum of Bhutan and then coming there. The questions are more mature because they've read about it. You've given them some material already. Whereas it should not be an offshoot activity that I've come here to let me go to a museum. No. I read about this museum and it's fascinating. I want to go to it. That's what you need to build. And technology has all those answers for you. All of it. It's simple. Just get onto Facebook. Forget everything else. Yeah, that you will have an audience in no time. You have to persist.
like any other job, but it's as simple as that. Well, Android One is a Google product. It has been launched in India last month. I'm just telling people. So I was at that conference. Sundar Pichai, he's the senior vice president of Google, who was down in Delhi to launch that phone. And Google has been plans that they want to sell 1 billion of those devices by 2019, and just in India. That just tells you what companies, they have money at the back of their mind, which is fine, but this tells you how many people will have those things on their hand. But are you giving them enough stuff on it? Are you on it? It's a simple, my equation to you guys is not a commercial equation. My equation to you is to make you understand that the faster you get onto it, the faster your audience will adapt to you, you will get newer audience. If you do not, forget newer audience, the existing audience will also shun you. So, I talk about my people of my father's generation. He doesn't use a mobile phone except for calling. But the generation after him, so if he's your average museum visitor right now, once he's gone, you lost a visitor. You do not have a new visitor because the new visitor is only on the phone. He's only on Facebook, he's on email, he's on Google. Are you there? So that's the point of that. We can't change it, but we might as well embrace it in a very positive way, and that's what it is. All of you use email, which we did a few years ago. But you all use it now. You stop sending those posts. You don't send posts apart from the purpose of preserving some stamps that come with it. It's come down to that. It's just a hobby. It's just fair. But it's email. It's going to be. I mean, you can't even imagine the things the technology will do to you in the next decade. So it's good that if we go on to step 2, only then we can take step 3. The leap from 1 to 3 might be a little too difficult when we want to.
Can we become enlightened into your mobile phone?
Yes, you can. I'll tell you. Yes, you can. No, I will show him happiness Buddhism videos on YouTube through his own phone, which he would have never seen. So, yes, you can. You can be very happy and be sad at the same time.
What's the cost of this equipment, if you say?
This equipment, Kumar, is not expensive. If you were to, for me to build it is only about $100. That's it. So that's about 5,500, 6,000 rupees, which comes with storage. With the storage in it. So so the storage comes with it. So that's my cost. I mean, whatever we spend on building the technology, we take it. But now the production cost is as low as that for me.
So you serve with the hardware and software both?
I will, commercial discussion, I will not use this word. We'll have a chat about it. I'm sorry. No, it's not fair. I'm not here for that. So I will answer it personally when I see you.
So that digital technology has become so closer to your door that you cannot avoid it. This is the only technology today we are actually feeling that is able to, the way to reach the unreached. So with this word, I conclude this session. And the next program is here. Visit to the tea. And now I invite all of you to have tea.